Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? 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 It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Hello. How's everybody doing? Alright, I gotta test the YouTube thing, make sure YouTube chatters can be read. It can. Nice. Patch notes day. I did hear there were patch notes. 60 goddamn pages of them. And somebody already said to me, Thorn Totems is dead. That's what somebody said to me. I don't know if that's real or not, but it was said. Not dead, but it might not be as appealing. I mean, it was already not a top tier build. It's just a top tier smoothness build. And I value that pretty highly. As long as they didn't fuck up the smoothness, I'm good. Plus, with Ildris beside me, I'm gonna do about 3 to 4 times the damage that I do right now. So even if they nerf me by 50%, I'm still stronger next season because Ildris will be there. So no problem. There's power in friendship, right? Like a nerf on Rune Master? I don't know yet. I was gonna run like 2 or 3 monolith maps and then have a look at the patch notes just to give people like a few minutes to be like, Oh, he is live. Yeah, a Thursday and then not Friday, but then for the weekend. And I mean, not Friday, it'll just be like not Friday during the day, right? I don't know, he might be busy. He's also got like an actual life with real life friends. I have no idea. He could be busy Friday night too. All right, Friday evening. Nice. Nice. I knew that. You've spoiled it now. I knew that was coming up. I have like several reminders on my phone to say that. It's the only way it ever happens. I'd like to say I remembered, but realistically, it's in my calendar. I didn't remember. That's what happened. It's in my calendar. Does that count? I don't know if that counts as remembering or not. I feel like it should count. Because they hadn't. Yeah, it's because like I've got two main home pages for my phone, right? And on one of them is today and tomorrow's schedule on the one that I swapped to, and the one that I'm on when I open my phone for the first time that has the next 30 days on it. This radial menu? Don't spoil things, chat. I'm not really that worried about spoilers. This is a side game. I'm not like, at least yet, I'm not one of the big like LE content creator people. I'm not going to be making like live react videos intentionally or anything. I still don't know this game well enough to be doing that yet, but I fucking will. I'm enjoying it a lot. I don't even know what you're talking about. I haven't read the patch notes yet. You might be underestimating with your 300,000 guess. I mean, I said 300 to 350,000. That was my guesstimate. Sorry about the spoiler. Nah, it's fine. I'm good with spoilers for this. It's fine. I just was gonna run, I don't know, maybe another 10 minutes, and then we'll have a look at the little patch notes. However, less damage on the totem poison node wouldn't matter to me at all, since I don't take it. That's not, like, if that's a thing, I don't care, because I don't go this way at all. I already think this way was worse than just doing this. So, meh. Yeah, it was nerfed from 120 to 80. Far right node. This one? Ah, that's fine. I was never gonna take that anyway. Also, that node alone is far too strong, and it would make sense to nerf it. But the paths down there, it's not actually worth being there anyway. You're better off just doing the way I did it. The keyboard here a nerf to the totem? Well, the one I know about so far is only a nerf to this poison one. But there might be others. I haven't looked yet. I will look after I get this set ring. We'll do 2 more maps and then we'll open it up and we'll have a look. It'll take 2 hours to get down to the shaman changes. I am not reading the entire 60 node patch notes point for point. We're gonna be doing like a skim through and look for the highlights job. I know with like PoE patch notes, I would go through point for point, even if it was 60 pages long. I'd open up a text document, take notes. And it's launched on the 21st or tomorrow? The 21st. But it depends on where you are. For me, it's the 22nd. If you'd like, !calendar is a Google calendar. And it's gonna have my whole stream schedule in it when I get one. But for now, it's just gonna have big patches, announcements, league launches for Last Epoch and PoE, and if there's another game that pops up, things like that. All of them right there in a Google calendar. You can just add that to your calendar wherever you want. And it'll be converted to local time zone for you. So you'll no longer have to be like, oh, where do I find that information? You can just literally open your calendar up and it'll be there. As soon as we got the information, I'll put it on the calendar. Survived. Nice. I'm pretty excited. I am pretty excited. Afternoon, Tlexia. Staying away from tier lists, just learn organically. Yep. Absolutely. And then transition to Falconer, the one that explodes the stream. I mean, they're not the same class. You can't transition. You'd have to re-level. Can you merge out of character found? Just out of curiosity. I actually don't even know. Yes, but your gear doesn't. When you say gear, do you mean my stash or literally my gear? Like the stuff I'm wearing? I'm just a falconer. I'm probably just going to level as I'm rated in shadow daggers just as a falconer. Fair enough. Only your levels go? Gross. The king. Thank you very much to Prime. Anything in your inventory or wearing, but not stash. Okay, so it does transfer my character, just not my stash. That's all I want. That's fine. How do you do that? Oh, is there anything from my stash that I really want to bring? I don't think I care. No, not really. Nothing. Presumably, you would do it from here. No, I would only care if my gear doesn't come with me. If the stuff I'm literally wearing doesn't come with me, then I care. Then I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Ruined my build. But I also don't see how to merge it at all. Oh, you have to log in? Okay. Settings, challenges, disable solo challenge. Abandon challenge. Okay. I couldn't find anyone explicitly saying whether this works or not. Ildris or Shads? Can one of you make a level 1 character, please? I have to find out if this works and how quick it is. On it? Sweet. Hey, what are you testing? I'm gonna invite you at level 1 and I want you to portal to me at level 1 and come to my level 100 dungeon just to see how quickly you level. was just about removing bonus XP from monoliths before level 20. Yeah, but you get to the end of time at level 20. I'm wondering if I can bring you at level 1. Level 50, not level 20. No, it's level 20. When you get your ascension, you're in the end of time. From then on, you have the end of time waypoint. It used to be level 50. It's not anymore. Yeah, the bonus XP removal. Yeah, I don't care about the bonus XP. Here he is. Invite to party. Look, this is just a... The thought here is like just, hang on. Wrong button. Oops. The thought here is just, hey, if you're going to level a new character, can you go for like 10 minutes to endgame dungeons with your friends and then be like level 40 and just scream through everything as quick as physically possible? He's here. He's here and he's level 1. Hold on. I'm gonna figure we're gonna go over here. You're gonna press a button. He's here. I can't tell if how much XP he's getting at all. Okay, all right. I knew that would happen. We need a little bit of room. I should have cleared a tiny bit before he came in here. He needs to stay like 2 screens back, right? Yeah, that is my bad. I should have cleared a little tiny bit around the entrance before. Can he come back in, or do I need to launch a new one? I don't actually know. Can't come back in. Rip. Okay. He can port to you. Oh! So you can't re-enter, but you could just port to the person? Okay, so the idea is if I stay just like a screen and a half in front and I make sure I full clear. Changing the portaling to right, so if one person dies they don't get to come back in. That's fine. Ooh, run, stay on me, buddy. Oh damn. Rip. It means you don't get the large XP explosion from finishing it, which is sad. What'd you get to? H for homie. I'm level 5. Ah, that's not great. Okay. one more, because this is the new thing. This is the thing that I was most excited for. Just wait at the beginning. Don't even try and keep near me for XP. Because this is an XP tome reward one. So the idea here is that I just complete it without risking your death. And then you just pop out. Oh man. What was still there? He gets different rewards. Oh, right. You don't get the same rewards I get. All right. I think he's safe once I kill this dude. All right. I think he's safe. I've now cleared the entrance area. Ta-da! Now, presumably, there's like a thing you can click and pick a reward from? No reward. Huh. I guess not a good plan though. I don't know. All right, we'll do one more with you following like just a screen or two away, and I'll just clear a little better. Did he die? He did not. Not that time. Oh, I'm trying to clear. I'm trying to clear the stuff that spawned on us. Okay. I'm gonna go generally right. I'm gonna go relatively slow. Just to make sure. Oh, you can't stay out of the things? Yeah. I think just from this little experiment that if we're making ults for each other, it's probably not worth bothering to do this bit. You probably just get through the campaign yourself like normal and then jump into content with your friends when you get there. Like it's probably fine to jump your level 40 or 50 character that just made it to endgame into the elevated ones with your friends. It's probably fine to like run into the empowered ones when you get there and get a boost that way, like a boost. But I think we just leg it through campaigns on our own for ults. Just like that experience, even if it does work out that you following me closely worked, that's too much of a fucking hassle and not worth it enough. You'd be halfway through Act 1 by now. Like, it could just be working, right? It only takes 4 hours to get to empowered. It only takes us about 4 or 5. I think it'll only take us 4 or 5 hours to finish the whole goddamn campaign. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that our party frames are our account names and not our character names. Can I change that? Is that like a setting somewhere? Because it's like his name is Ildris the Test, but it shows Ildris, which is fine on the friends list, right? It's good. I'm happy with it just always being Ildris on the friends list, but the character should be the character name. Settings, social. Nope. There are none of those. Alright, look, it was worth knowing whether that was a viable strategy for us beforehand. Like, hey, I want to make another character, boost me to level 30 or something real quick. Because, you know, some games it'd be like you run 1 or 2 maps and you'd be like, boom, now I'm level 30. Oh, I didn't realize he was coming back in again. I activated the Rogue Exile. He's 100% dead. There's no way he lives through that. Oh my god, he's gonna live through the Rogue Exile. Somehow. What the fuck? He lived through the Rogue Exile. Well, this build's still going to be good for 1.0. I mean, I suspect yes, but I did hear there were 1 or 2 nerfs. I haven't looked through the patch notes yet. In fact, we'll look through it after this map. Look, as much as I've enjoyed this build and I do want to league start it, if it looks too bad, I will league start a fucking warlock. I don't give a shit. I will league start something else if I have to. I don't wanna. I want to league start this, but if it looks shit, I'll league start something else. All right, you might want to back up for this part. It's going to spawn like 100 mobs when I press the thing. That looks still close enough to me. Now let's see if he gets any rewards. He was here in range. That is definitely in range. Like if he was on the paladin, he'd have been giving me his buffs from there. Like that was definitely in range. 100%. Nope, no rewards. Okay, well then fuck that as a strategy then. Bye. What about the gear you got dropped? Was any of it level appropriate for you, or was it high level gear? I don't actually know. +6 to maximum race. Jesus. Biggest inventory value though. So that's all high level gear then. So not even stuff that's going to help you level. All right, that's fine. There's a lot of rust. Yeah, except minions lose 6% of their current health per second. as far as I'm concerned, after that little test, that just like instantly rules out the idea of like boosting a friend before they get through the campaign on their own. I think if you wanna boost a friend, they just run the campaign either on their own, or you start a new character with them and run the campaign together. You don't get a boost until you get to monoliths yourself. Then I think you can jump into the high level monoliths. It's fine, but you don't. You get there first yourself. That seems like the play. I don't know what level Ildris finished there, but judging by what happened at the beginning, I'm guessing like 7 at most. That's not good. There's not good use of time at all. $10, I think. A little better than I thought. Still not great though. Have a new capability skills regarding movement skills. Oh, good question. I will tell you as soon as I've even done a little tiny bit of reading on the matter. I have absolutely no idea. Haven't looked at the patch notes yet. Let's have a look at them. Otherwise, that's going to be my answer to every second question for the next 6 hours. I better look at the patch notes, eh? Oh, I'm sorry. No, don't be sorry. I should look at the patch notes. Last epoch patch notes. 1.0 patch notes. Yay, easy. I actually just typed last epoch patch notes into Google and it gave me that exact link. Necromancers rejoice. Oh, is this that dude from Stranger Things helmet? Oh. Unique immortal crown. Fucking sweet art. Cooldown recovery speed, minion cooldown recovery speed, +1 to summon wraith. 50% minion movement speed. 6 flat melee, 12 spell. Casting summon wrath. Instead summons wraith. Casting summon wraith. Instead summons a Wraith Lord. The Wraith Lord scales with your summon Wraith tree and summons other wraiths for you while in combat. While at maximum race, the Wraith Lord casts necrotic beams and regularly consume all your non-wraith minions to empower itself, granting temporary maximum health equal to 10% of their maximum health and plus 10 spell damage for 10 seconds. Yo! Reaper but not trash? Maybe I should start Warlock, man. What? That actually seems pretty cool. That seems pretty cool. Okay. I'm struggling to explain to you why, but every time I see this symbol, an EHG Kane, my brain doesn't think Kane, it thinks Han, and it goes in the back of my brain every time I read it, it goes, Mr. Han, which some people will get. But I don't know why, because that's not what it says. That's not what it says, but that's just every single time. That's what my brain does. And I don't know why. Oh, they made this do local time as well. Cool. It requires you being dropped on your head as a child. I was never dropped on my head. I did headbutt the ground multiple times on my own. I don't know if that counts. Okay, so we've got a table of contents. We've got the new masteries. We don't really need to look at those. You headbutted the ground too so many times. Usually from heights too. Monolith of Fates. Gameplay and mechanics. Item changes, enemy changes. Visual sound in your... This is so fucking organized. Guys, you know you only just started, right? Like, you know this is just launch. Like, this is more organized than what I get from GDG. What the fuck is this? Okay, well... Uh-oh. Okay, well, that's just a bug fix. That's not what I was expecting. I was looking for, specifically changes to my class. Ah, they'll be here. Primalist skill changes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is last epoch better than D4? Buddy. D3 is better than D4. But also, yes. Open protection also grants 10% physical resist. Pillars of Hot also grants 25 cold resist. Titan's Bane now grants 100% increased cast speed from 150. That's fine. That doesn't matter at all. Nightshade Briar now has a maximum damage of 80% from 120. That also doesn't matter at all. Guys, it's not a multiplicative modifier. Just real quick, just before anybody's like, "Ooh, that's gonna hurt." This is not a multiplicative modifier. The damage is the thorn hit damage versus rare and bosses. That's multiplicative, but the cast speed's just 150%. You can just get cast speed on things. Like, you can just put cast speed on. Like, you could get one cast speed roll and be like, "Lol, I'm good." Okay, it doesn't go on here. There are cast speed rolls. What do they go on? You can get them on relics. They're up to like 30% on relics. Yes. You can get them on something else too. There's a few other things. There's a few other places that aren't weapons. I think maybe helmet. I just don't have one on me to test, but I think helmet as well. We can have a look at that later. But like, this is going to make the leveling a little slower, but it's really not. Like, 50% cast speed is not that much to make up. We had so much cast speed, we never put a single cast speed node anywhere in the entire build because this is enough cast speed. With it going from 150 to 100, maybe it's not quite enough cast speed. Maybe we spend 1 or 2 affixes total throughout the whole build, including things, to just bring us back to the comfortably good amount of cast speed. Which is cast speed for the Thorn Totem, not you. I know, but we can get minion cast speed. We can get totem cast speed. We just never used it because this was enough already. With it going from 150 to 100, it just means I'm going to want at least 1 affix of totem cast speed on my gear somewhere, which I think rolls up to like 40 or something on just 1 affix. So like 1 affix and we're pretty much back where we were. So like, is it enough? Sure. Is it going to matter? No, not really. And at least for me, I never ever used the poison node anyway. So that's fine. So not in this topic. Wait, what the fuck just happened then? What the actual balls just happened then? Wait, go back. I don't want this. I want control. I want this one. Go away. Death rattle. 65 multi instead of 100. That's a lot bigger. That's actually a bigger nerf than the totem one was. And to make up for that, you get 1 to 3 levels of sacrifice because this amulet was never for us. We just used it exclusively for the crit multi. Hang on. Hold on a minute. Last epoch tools. Yeah, let's go. Guys, is last epoch tools down? Son of a bitch. Been intermittent all day. I just wanted to look up how much minion crit multi or totem crit multi that I could get on an amulet, because there are also other stats I can put on an amulet. It might just be the case that we go to a rare amulet now, but Max Rolls Builder should have it. All right, I guess we'll have a look at Max Rolls Builder. LE planner, amulet. Oh, fuck off. Nope, I want to look at affixes. Give me this one, obviously. Add a prefix. What can we get? So we can get 140% minion damage, but no totems, at least in the prefixes area. Ooh, there are no minion and no totem suffix affixes either. We might just still use that amulet. Honestly, 65 crit multi is still pretty good. I think we just lose a little bit of crit multi. So be it. So you're going from, you have 40 crit multi or so from your gear anyway, and a 200 base, plus usually this, let's say it's perfectly rolled. So that means you're usually sitting at 340% crit multi. We'll be losing 35 of it. So we'll be sitting at 305 instead of 340% crit multi. That's not that big of a deal. It's a nerf, but it's really not that big of a deal, right? Going from 340 to 300 crit multi isn't... Oh, actually, that wasn't counting the base. That actually wasn't... I wasn't counting the minion base, which also has the 35 multi on it. I was counting the roll we put on gear. Is it not multi? Oh, it's crit chance and minion damage. Okay, yeah, okay. So I was right then. That's fine. These are fine. These nerfs, fine. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm a little biased because I'm like, I don't feel like these nerfs are needed because it wasn't really top tier. It was just top tier in smoothness, but Also, whatever. Like, I'm fine. Those are some pretty minor hits. Really? Like, that's not a big deal. What we just saw there is not a big deal at all. We're fine. The biggest impact that's going to have is early leveling. Like, I'm going to be a decent amount weaker at level 20 to 50-ish than I was in the past. Till I start getting a little bit of gear from endgame. But frankly, if any of you guys have watched me do any of the practice runs, by the time we were at level 30 and in our permanent Sprigger form, we were way too strong at that point anyway. Right? Like, we would just walk through, laugh, one-shot everything territory. So, like, at that stage in the game, it actually was way too strong. So, whatever. Whatever. Staff affixes combination is possible. Yep. Off F greater fireball. Page hasn't loaded everything. Okay, now we're down to the comments. Okay. All right. Mage skill changes. Fireball? Runic invocations? Runic invocations. Runic invocations. Let's try this PDF. Runic invocations. I don't see greater fireball under here. Aragon's greater fireball explosion deals 40% more damage, and the spreading flame it inflicts deals 100% more damage. Hold the phone. It was already good. Isn't that the one I was using? Isn't that the nuke skill I was using? Squirrels deal 10% more damage? No, they can't have made squirrels better. They can't have made squirrels better. Absolutely not. Wolves and squirrels deal 10% more damage. Squirrels from Herald of Scurry now have a 35% less damage dealt modifier from 45. Oh, from 45 stated on the Herald of Scurry tooltip, but 0% in reality. Okay. All right. That I like the way that I like the way that was said. As a result of these changes, wolves deal 10% more melee damage than they did in 3.92, while squirrels deal 38% less. That's fine. That's fine. Honestly, that squirrel build is still OP as fuck then. That's fine. Yeah, they the people who were playing the squirrel build were consistently saying if they literally halved the DPS, it would still be great. And if it's more than half enough, that's when we'll start to look and be like, is this still good enough to play or not? This is not half. 38% less is not half. Plenty of room to play. You're good. Just go about your business. If you were planning on doing squirrels, do squirrels. We're good. We're good. That's fine. All right, what is Oaken Protection and Pillars of the Hirot? By the way. Oh, this thing. Oh, I don't care. What's Oaken Protection? Oh, here. Oh, I don't care. Two things I was never using. And I'm still not going to use. Not for those stats. Sorry. Charged storms, frequent lightning, and overcast strikes now use Storm Bolt for tornado. Shit, that's a huge buff to the bug build as well. Okay. Poison pools, no poison pools now limited to maximum 4 at once. Whatever. What is this? I don't know what happened in this PDF right here. But something happened. Shred enhanced buff from 25 to 15. Turn speed now scales with minion attack speed, making it feel better in combat. Yo, it looks like the ballista's got way better as well. When I took ballistas the other day, they healed mobs. Well, they count as minions. You didn't have any minion scaling. You didn't have any minion nodes. Like, if you want to do a ballista build, you have to scale minions. I was level 5. Good point, actually. Good point. Okay, what else do we need to look at? I want to look at controller gameplay experience. Added full controller support for the entire game. Redesigned the radial menu. Added skill swapping to the ability bar from the radial menu. Okay. Added controller specific item tooltips and contextual actions. I don't know what the fuck that means. Add in progress. Add fucking exclamation mark prime. What do you want me to do about it? Ah. Remove auto targeting. Oh! Oh! Remove auto targeting from breakables so they aren't hit instead of the enemies. Oh! It's so good. Reduce the aggressiveness of auto targeting. Yo, that's what I want. Added ability to rotate when using certain skills. Stormland, Vigilance, Fury, Ghost Flame, sure. No! No! Remove controller support for targeting certain abilities. Transplant Fury Leap area as assault. That's great. You know what's not in there? My Spriggan movement button. My Spriggan movement button is not one of those. Same behavior as teleport. Teleport already had it, apparently. Rework the targeting of various movement skills. Cycle through loot in the ground. Movement abilities. Now shows the gamepad right stick icon while using movement ability. Now shows the gamepad's right stick icon when using the controller. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but I'm pretty happy with a lot of these. They look great. The only thing missing here is the ability to actually bind the fucking buttons, unless that's what this means. Unless that's what this means. I would still like the ability to bind the buttons, unless that's what this is. But otherwise, yay. So you had not being able to target things. Honestly, that was the least annoying of all of the issues, and all of the other issues are mentioned here, so I'm okay with that. How to transfer shards from the inventory with a controller. Really, really annoyingly. Right now, with a controller on. Hang on, I gotta turn my controller back on. I haven't used it in fucking 10 minutes, so it turns off automatically. Right, here I am. That, by the way, that movement ability I just used, that wasn't on the list. I'm worried that this one's still going to target mobs and not skip places where I want it to. New pin, does healing effectiveness scale health gained on block? I have no idea. Hang on. See if the block has anything in it. No, I have no idea. I want to say no. Anyway, this is how you do it in your with your controller. Really annoyingly, you open your inventory up and then you use the right thumbstick to move over to transfer all crafting items and hit A or X. Because there's no button for it. You can't like... Oh no, you can also do this. You can also just open your inventory, press right trigger, and that'll put you in a little thing like this. Where you could just like... You'll start here, you could just go left one, up one, hit. But that's how you do it right now. Yeah, there could be much better ways to do it. In this 1.0 launch. Okay, what else do I need to look at? can't like click any of these because it's a PDF. It doesn't have all the links to it. Visual. Wait, did I say campaign? Yo. Hey everyone, I just started playing this game. I've played Pee-wee, Diablo 2 and 3, 20 years I'm used to ARPGs. What would your recommendation starter be this league? Oh, I've got the best one for you. The answer is you shouldn't even look at a build guide. You should just make something at random. And I'm going to tell you why. The main reason for that is that you never get that opportunity. Any ARPG that ever launches for years, you can't just go into it completely blind with no plan. That always goes miserably. In this game, it's set out so well, you will not fail. You'll be able to go in blind, just pick something you like the general look of and just start picking skills, and it will be a good time and you will have fun. And if you do ever hit a wall, respecing into something good for your class is so cheap and easy. If you do hit a wall, it's just free. It's like practically free to just respec and fix it. And so this is like our only ARPG opportunity to enter something without a solid plan. And I think that's a very fun thing to do. So as long as you're on board with that, I think you should. Because we're not going to get that opportunity again. The next ARPG launch is not going to go like that because it's never gone like that before. But it does this time. It does this time. This time you can start anything. You can just fucking pick a class. You're like, I like the sound of a warlock. Go nuts. Or I like the sound of a falconer. Go nuts. Or, oh, I want to be a sentinel. Those look cool. Doesn't matter. Pick something. Doesn't matter. Pick something. There are plenty of build guides around. There are plenty of tier lists. If you really want to look at a build guide, look at a build guide. Find one you like. Follow it. It's fine. But my biggest suggestion is just fucking just play something, man. Just play something. All right, campaign. New campaign scenes. Also, hi Tanky. New campaign scenes have been added. Many campaign scenes have been tuned to look and perform better. New visual elements have been added to the end of time. Encounters in chapter 4, 5, and 6 have been overhauled. Nearly all 4, 5, and 6 scenes containing semi-randomized or fully randomized enemy placements. So this is just a PDF version that somebody did so that it would so that you could like search the whole thing properly, because for some reason their website doesn't like let you control F search it properly. Like doesn't load everything. I don't know why. It's you know, from Max Roll, right? Cool. This is very useful. I like this PDF. I mean, I'd rather just it was on the forum, but like, no, I did that twice. It doesn't load everything. Like it just doesn't like, hang on. Here it is. Greater Fireball. Where is it? Like it doesn't load everything. Even if you've scrolled all the way down to the bottom, it like only has a certain amount loaded at a time for some reason. And so you literally can't. You literally can't just control F and jump to things. So PDF fixed it. Many enemies with old models have been removed. No more dual spiders or old chimeras. I don't know what that means. Many enemies with new models has been added, such as zombie hounds, undead hydras, and bone mimics. Okay. The Rathoons no longer infinitely spawn wraths. Okay. Quest encounters in 4 and 5 that previously involved a rare enemy now always feature a unique mini boss. Sweet. Wraiths, my bad. Also has additional mini bosses. Town waypoints now automatically unlock upon entering the zone. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Remove volatile zombies. I don't know if that kills the Acolyte build for experimental zombies. I actually know nothing about that Acolyte build, but I will have a look at it in a second. Enemies in tier 1 dungeons deal 35% less damage and have 25% less health. Remove the entrances from all dungeons after a player has entered them. You can no longer go around and go back out the way you entered. Good. Whoa! Okay. That's a real big number. I have no idea how good this was before. I don't know what kind of impact this has, but that's a really big number to change. No impact? Aw. Just the bosses do similar power before. That's the dungeons, sure. Okay. These are not that important. Slightly easier to get better rolled ones because they've raised the floor by the looks of it. A little bit more here on that. A little bit more here on that. Oh, more added health flat. Nice. Granite of Darkness changed to 10 ward on kill and 100 ward decay threshold instead of 14 health on kill. Okay, sure. Is there anything in here that matters? All these ones, by the way, every single one of them, Taste of Venom, all the other ones that like chance to shred, chance to frostbite, chance to whatever. I really wish they had chance for you and your minions. I know like 60% chance to poison for your minions might be too strong because you got a bunch of them and it's only 60 for you, but it could be 60% chance for you to poison, 30% chance for your minions to poison in the same like row. It's just, there's a lot of like bits like that that would be really cool, but they don't do anything when you're a minion build. They're useless. I don't even care about like the idea of making my minion build stronger, by the way. Like you can balance whatever the fuck you want to balance. I don't actually care about that. I care that there's like a lot of blessings that are really cool that I just don't get to use when I'm making minion builds. So there's just like a lot less boxes to tick, a lot less things to get excited about because I'm playing a minion build and none of this affects me, right? And that's like a meh feeling, a little bit of a meh feeling. That this one was nerfed, a little bit less armor, that's fine. Okay, cool. Corruption scaling. These changes are intended to allow faster progression through the monolith. Characters are capable of it. Changes to the modifier from corruption scale up more quickly. And then larger scale up faster. At corruption level 100, it is 60% more monster and damage health from 50. And at 200, it is 170 from 100. And at 300, it is 281 from 147 rather. At 500, it is 505% from 283. Yo, that ramps up way quicker. Okay, sure. Reduce the stability requirement for the second and third quest of the Echoes in non-empowered timelines. Yo, huge. E.g. the level 90 timeline third quest requires only 400 stability instead of 650. Nice. The reduction in other cases is smaller though. Okay, sure. Increases the additional corruption gained by Gears of the Oribus. All right, sweet. So we're going to be able to progress corruption much faster, but also as corruption ramps up, it's going to get harder quicker. Movers now also scale up slightly with corruption. For examples, unique have around a 5% higher chance for 1 LP at 100 corruption and 10% at 300 and 14 at 600. Nice. I'm not gonna lie, Tanky, I still haven't once read a modifier, and I'm probably not gonna. You just don't read them, just go. Either you can do it or you die. Figure it out when you're in there. Normalized mob density. It is now 4% lower than before Reign of Dragons. 8% lower than it was before in the level 90 timelines, and 10% higher in all other timelines. 4% lower than before in Reign of Dragons. Don't know what the fuck that is. %8 lower than it was before in level 90 timelines, and 10% higher in the others. Okay. Sure. All regions are equalized. Fair enough. Increase the item rarity and experience from modifiers of mostly in their existing values. Arrows now deadly, if not damaged, now grants 40% item rarity from 20 and 40% XP. Okay, sure. I read that as mob density was all over the place for no good reason. That's exactly how that read to me. That read to me as monster density is all over the place for no good reason, and we made it better. It is now worth running any zone instead of only running whatever zone was the highest. That's the way I read that. Hello, sweetie. Hi, Calamity. Bonus XP. Disabled bonus XP from monoliths for characters below level 50. 8 new modifiers were added. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, still never read a modifier in my life. Probably not gonna start on launch either. Many monolith scenes have been tuned to look and better, perform better. Sweet. The brain out of neutral? Nope. No, I most certainly did not. I was home and ready to start for like 3 hours. Oh, 8 new monolith echoes. Right. Okay. Sure. Oh, completing a timeline that can unlock multiple other timelines now unlocks all of them regardless of the dialogue choices. That is a good change. That was really annoying the one time I did that wrong by accident. Really annoying. That's a good change. I approve. Okay. Is there anything else I need to look at that I care about? Well, I haven't read through them all in order. Like, it would take me fucking 4 hours to go through all this. I looked for the things that mattered to me. People what they want and read every single word? Pass. Pass. ASMR patch note reading when? To do that, we read all the patch notes like this. The whole thing. From head to toe. Just whispered into your ear. Alright, I don't know if there's anything else I personally care about. Bunch of visual changes. Realistically, the changes to my build, the like nerfs to thorn totems, really not that impactful. We're absolutely fine. Like minor nerfs will definitely be a little bit weaker, but not enough to matter. Not enough to stop me from playing it, that's for sure. But I'm thinking still called Warlock. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Warlock is still really tempting. Oh, what's the name of that spoon everyone said was gonna get deleted, and I kept saying it's fucking not, you'll be fine, relax. What's the name of that spoon? Grants 6% more spell damage per negative ailment instead of 8. It's fucking fine. Everybody, Tanky and fucking Dread included, was like, nah, Ladle's deleted, it's gone, it's gone. We know it's gonna be gone. It's fucking fine, man. That's still great. What about Ward? Did they fuck Ward? Everyone was like, Ward's dead. Ward will be dead in the patch notes. What are no ads? Maybe it was just Dread saying it was dead. first, 3% more. Okay. One additional wall per... I'm not seeing any massive nerfs to ward. Yeah, there's some like occasional specific interactions that are nerfed, but also occasional specific interactions that are buffed. And I'm not familiar with every single interaction. So I'm more looking for like, is ward overall nerfed? This is ward gain from... Okay, so there's a little bit in the Rune Master. Rune Master's getting a little less ward in like 3 different places. But my understanding of the Rune Master ward build was that you had a fucking godly amount of it. Like a ridiculous amount. It can probably take this and still be fine. I haven't played it, so that's just a little bit of speculation, but from the sounds of it, you'll be fine. Both current health to ward conversion mods are now 5 to 8% instead of 10 to 13. See, there's like an all-rounder thing, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. Yeah, everything seems fine. I'm not really concerned about ward being my second build being a low life build. That's what I was planning on doing. Seems fine. Wide range of improvements around matchmaking services. There are matchmaking services? What, to like find a party? What did they do? Match me on my MMR? What the fuck what do you mean? Picking the right server for you? Right. Okay. Huh. Parry is a new type of defensive mechanic, has new affix types. Does negate all damage from hits, however, does not stop the ailment from applying. Capped at 75, it is not currently possible to reach this cap with available sources. Sure. Okay. Bosses are no longer pushable. This is a good move. Those bosses, even the ones that were difficult, the fact that I could just like run at them and push them out of the way really made them feel not scary at all. Right? Like even if they could one-shot me, the fact that I could just like run up to them and be like, move over here, move over here, move over here, made it feel really like, I was wondering on the website you put builds on. I don't see if it's the totem guide yet. I really actually don't. I've been having some huge brain problems and just unable to do anything right the last week or two. I just haven't done it. I've been wanting to do it after stream every day and I just never get around to it. An exclamation mark build. I did build the trees into a planner, but that's all I did so far. They are unchanged as well. Everything is fine. All the nerfs from here, they don't affect us. They do affect us. It's just very minimal and not important. PUEMF broke your brain? Nah. Just, it happens sometimes. I go through like periods of not being able to do anything because my brain won't behave, and then if I just ignore it for long enough, it goes away and then I can function as a human being again. We're going through that period right now where it's like hard to do anything. It's hard to hit start stream. That's why I was so late today. It's hard to do anything, and doing extra things like making videos is probably just, it'd be a fucking miracle if I managed to get that done at all. So what I do is for like 1 or 2 or sometimes 3 weeks, I feel like a miserable, useless piece of shit because I can't accomplish anything. And then eventually it goes away on its own, and then I can function again as a human being. That's the normal cycle of the way this works. And then it'll all be fine. So it just is what it is. When a player dies, their minions are now unsummoned. I don't love that. It's just slightly annoying. Just makes me resummon all my permanent minions whenever I die. But at the same time, right now my minions can kill stuff after I'm dead, and I don't like that either. So if this is the only solution, then that's fine. Added the cooldown to prevent players from opening portals rapidly. Why? Why? Portals can now only be interacted with by their creators. Interesting. Optimize skill tree VFX's load time. Reduce loading time when the game is launched. Sure. Summon bees are faster. Okay, sure, no problem. Awful. I don't think the Merchant Guild will be very popular. So I agree that the Merchant Guild won't be very popular, but I could make an argument that the Merchant Guild is actually stronger than the Circle of Friends build. I can show you why it's worse than you think. It's so much worse. All right, let's see. I'm glad we're all calling it Circle of Friends now. I'm pretty sure that was you, wasn't it, Ildris? circle of friends. I could agree with you. He thinks Urgent Guild. You just sell an axe or a body armor, you have to go to each one. Yeah, that's fine. You're not going to be selling everything. It's not like PoE where you have like dump tabs full of stuff. It's not like, I'm going to put this up and that up and that up and that up and that up. It's going to be, yo, I found this good thing. This is worth a thing, but not for me. I want to sell it and it specifically. You're not going to come out of a map with like 3 things you want to sell. You're going to come out of every 20th map with 1 thing you want to sell. So going to a different vendor doesn't matter. I do think that having access to a real auction house is more power than Circle of Friends can ever give us. It is stronger. But I also think it'll be significantly less popular, and I have no interest in taking it because it's way more fun to just have way more drops and find shit on the ground. And like, I don't feel in this game the inability to farm a specific item for myself, like in PoE where I would, right? Most leagues in PoE, at least most leagues in PoE, I'm not really going to farm my own mage blood. I might pick up 1 or 2 cards while I'm farming the money to buy a mage blood, but I'm not usually going to buy a mage blood to find my mage blood. This league you can, but like normally, right? But like, I think ultimate power, proper min-maxing, absolutely 100% the guild thing is better. But I just... meh. I just don't care. All right, what is this? Hang on. There we go. What is this I'm looking at?
And Circle of Fortune, or item factions. Trade is coming to Last Epoch, and a dedicated, not quite SSF item acquisition mode. Now, I'm not really going to get into Merchants Guild here, because I don't think it can fairly be judged based on a press preview environment. There's far fewer players and no real incentive to trade. But I am very excited.
Yo, this fucking graphics look goddamn amazing. What the fuck?
Share Circle of Fortune because the devs did a genuinely good job of designing a system that's not only cool, but fun to interact
Guys, I don't even give a shit about what's going on with trade here. Look at the fucking game.
with. Once you reach the city of Majelka in the Divine Era, you'll be able to choose your item faction. The 2 options are the Merchants Guild and of course the Circle of Fortune. So just quickly, I'll show you around the Merchants Guild area even though I'm not really going to highlight it here. Welcome to the Grand Bazaar, where you can buy idols, Primalist idols, Sentinel idols, all the idols that you'd want. Because I'm playing a rogue right now, I'd probably want to buy rogue idols. Though if I happen to get some mage idols, I could always sell them here.
Why are they all different vendors? Why is... Yo, when Chad said they're all different, I thought like... I was thinking like, you know, there'll be an idol vendor. And then there'll be like a weapon vendor and an armament vendor and a trinket vendor. There's fucking like 6 different idol vendors. Why?
Here. Then coming over to the next wing, you've got helmets, boots, gloves, pretty much every item slot that you can imagine. And there's also some really handy stashes in case you need to take something out or put something in. We've got quivers where you can get your sanguine hordes. We've got amulets where if you're lucky you'll find an Orion's.
I'm surprised there's not one for left rings and one for right rings.
Then coming around this way, there's a couple of weapons. 2-handed maces, 2-handed axes. You know, it's all the 2-handed stuff that no one really wants to put indoors because they might fall over and bonk someone on the head. But now, let's go back to the Circle of Fortune, because I can talk a lot more about that. I've spent several hours trying it. So here we have the entrance to the Circle of Fortunes Observatory. Right away, you'll be able to speak to Galila, who is the Circle of Fortune faction vendor.
Galala.
She has a variety of bases. Some of these are actually pretty darn good, but most are outclassed once you get to the end game. In addition, she has regional lenses and greater lenses. These are used to modify the prophecies you're offered.
Hang on.
To better.
What was that NPC's name?
To the Circle of Fortunes Observatory. Right away, you'll be able to speak to Galila, who is the Circle of.
Hang on just a second. Hold just a second. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. I'm setting up a bit. It's gonna take me a second. Okay. Okay. That's. I wish I had a faster way to do this. I need a video editor. I need a video editor for live streams, guys.
Galila.
No. I was trying to do this, but imagine it happened much quicker.
Circle of Fortunes Observatory. Right away, you'll be able to speak to Galila, who is the Circle of Fortune faction vendor. She has a variety of bases. Some of these are actually pretty darn good.
It was 100% not worth the time that it took me to do that. That was absolutely not worth it. I stand by the bit.
But most are outclassed once you get to the end game. In addition, she has regional lenses and greater lenses. These are used to modify the prophecies you're offered to better target items you want. Regional lenses generally tend to be less powerful, and they only apply to one specific region. Greater lenses, on the other hand, are far more powerful because they apply to all regions rather than simply the telescope where they're socketed. As a result, they also...
That's what the favor looks like. And then it says favor costs 500, but it looks like gold. That's the gold. That looks like gold. I thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious.
Tend to have a higher faction requirement. So you can see here, a lot of these rank 2. There's maybe a couple in there that might be quite good, especially if you're looking in a specific region to farm a lot. But for the most part, you're not necessarily going to be using those a ton in comparison to the greater lenses, because you have very powerful things like refracting lens of rhyme or refracting lens of wealth that are essentially doubling your effects from the prophecies.
Okay.
So the prophecy can last twice as long and offer double for rewards on completion in exchange for more cost. Remember, the more cost is also kind of less cost, at least in the sense of now one of your prophecies is giving you 4 times the loot without it being 4 times the cost. So that's the faction vendor. It's a very important part of interacting with the Circle of Fortune, and you should get used to what's offered and try to increase your rank as quickly as possible. Heading up these stairs, you enter the observatory proper. For example, talking to Sandrak, where you can view your prophecies. You're also able to do this through the faction menu, where you can teleport directly to the observatory. This shows your rank rewards. Right now, I'm rank 6. Uniques are twice as likely to have legendary potential.
That alone is like the main reason that I want to be Circle of Friends. That right there.
if I gain about 100,000 more favor, or more ranked reputation, which is basically 1-to-1 with favor, except you spend favor and you don't spend ranked reputation, at least that's my understanding so far, I'll have twice the chance to get T7 affixes, some of the best drops in the game. On the other hand, I can also view my prophecies. There's handy icons that let you know kind of what it is. Well, you can tell these are amulets over here. This is a belt. These are chess pieces. Right around the room are 4 telescopes. These telescopes are used to store your lenses. For example, here in Arctis, I have exalted lenses because I wanted more exalted stuff. The last lens slot is unlocked at rank 9. The other 2 are ranks 2 and 5 respectively, which should make it very easy to unlock. But here, I have it pointed north, but I could look west. All of a sudden,
some items have a 1.0 E minus 10% minus 10 chance to roll LP4. That's true, and I've seen that there before. I also have absolutely no contextual reference in my brain for what the fuck that number means. When I read a number that gets put into a string where it says like 1.0 E minus, what I assume is that that's functionally 0. I just assume that item won't drop for me. That's what I see. When I read that, I just go, doesn't exist. I have absolutely no idea what that number means. It means 0 is what it means.
sudden, oh look, this prophecy is glyphs, shards, and idols now. Or I could go down south, take a look at the jewelry, relics, all that. East, take a look at the weapons. You'll notice as I do this, I'm not changing where the telescope itself is pointed. And so let's say I want a new helmet. Well, what do I have here? Exalted helmet, exalted gloves. Oh, exalted helmet. I need to kill a rare enemy in the Lightless Arbor dungeon. That should be relatively easy, so I'll go ahead and pick it up. And it cost a little bit of my favor. Then, oh look, exalted death of Firelich Cremoris in the Soulfire Bastion Tier 2. Well, that's pretty good. As you can tell, you're encouraged to experience the breadth of the game's content. These prophecies don't just say, go into monoliths and grind a ton. They say go into monoliths and find an exiled mage and kill him, or defeat a boss, or go into the Soulfire Bastion. This one can be done at any difficulty, but some do have higher difficulty.
Side note, if any of these say go into the arena, skip them. Fuck that.
Requirements. Alternatively, I could go into the Temporal Sanctum, Tier 4, and do the difficult task of defeating Chronomancer Julra. But hey, if I was going there anyway, it only costs 1,000, so it's pretty cheap. On the other hand, Tier 3 Soulfire Bastion. You'll generally want to experience a lot of different content within Last Epoch, and this encourages you to do so.
What's wrong with endlessly grinding out ship mobs? It's actually everything I ever wanted, is to endlessly grind out ship mobs. However, they come in waves every like 40 seconds or some shit. So you kill a group of mobs that was pretty small, and then you sit there with your thumb up your ass, which is like not the worst thing in the world, but not what I want to do while I'm playing video games. And then you wait.
By stacking the rewards. So you can kind of think of this as you run monoliths for a while, and then you take a whole bunch of really shiny prophecies into your dungeons or your arena run, making it far more rewarding for the cost of a single key. And now for fun, I'm going to load up on a bunch of prophecies for the Temporal Sanctum and see how that goes. Personally, I don't plan to use this to target more rewards in certain types of content like the Temporal Sanctum, but I will be using it to target...
That's like enough of a TLDR to me, and I don't really want... I still want like exploration and figuring stuff out on my own. But that feels like a really good video. And I'm going to link it again, just so in case anybody wants to go watch it. Looks like there's a lot of info in there. But I'm also avoiding specifics. I want just like wide breadth basic touching of mechanics, and then I don't want specifics. We'll watch the next bit. Is the loot explosion. All right, we'll watch the next little bit.
Get the types of rewards that I want. Now with those prophecies stacked up, let's head over to the Temporal Sanctum and see how it goes. Right away, the first prophecy procs as I start killing enemies.
Okay,
Then, a
got
little
enough
later on, I proc the
uniques
second
there.
one. These were for defeating rare monsters. Remember, the last and most important one comes from defeating the Chronomancer herself. So to
Cool.
the end of the dungeon we go, and with a little bit of editing magic, boom, she's dead right in front of us, as are those 5 helmets, or in this case 6, because she happened to drop a unique helmet as well. In short, if you like big loot explosions, you're going to like stacking up your prophecies. And
Every
spending
one
all
of
your
them has a
favorite Circle of
legendary
Fortune.
potential too. Just
On the other
one.
hand, you'll use the Merchant's Guild to sell the items you drop and don't need, or purchase your next upgrade.
But like that was like 6 legendary helmets that all had an LP on it. Legendary helmets? Nope. Unique helmets. That's cool. Which means the prophecies will force 1 LP. I wonder if it forces 1 LP or if it forces plus 1 LP. Because even if you did that 10 times, we wouldn't have the answer to that. Right? Like even if you did that 10 times, we wouldn't have the answer to that. That's something I feel like a developer would need to answer. Is it force 1 LP or is it force plus 1 LP? Because it's a very important difference. Because if it's forcing 1 LP, it means we can get like basic uniques that we can throw 1 stat on. If it's plus 1, that makes it significantly better for farming 2 or potentially even 3 LP items. Still not going to get force. Those are still off the table, but 2s and potentially even 3s may be viable if it's a plus 1, right? Hard to say in a sample size of 1. Honestly, it's hard to say in a sample size of 100, right? Like you would need a lot. Can you sell the Circle of Friend items on the bazaar? Nope, never. Did we see them tagged? Yeah, see how down the bottom here underneath the... Is there a way to fucking get rid of this? Is there like a way to get rid of this pause area? I don't... You can see it just here. Where it says rank 5 needed. So that's that means this item is tagged as Circle of Friends and you need rank 5 to be able to wear it. Well, this isn't just to wear it. This tag also stops you from selling it on the bazaar at all. Which also you don't have access to the bazaar while you're this anyway. It just means that like if you are playing this for a while and then you swap, you will not be able to sell the items that are tagged with Circle of Friends. Those are off the menu. You also won't be able to wear them anymore if you change factions. You'll have to, you know, get new items. I'm so excited to play the Warlock blind. I do know I want to make a Warlock whip build with that whip thing we were looking at just yesterday. And then I'm just going to play Devo's Whip It on repeat for like 12 hours straight. just whip it. It'll just be playing in my ears. Luckily, I can't let you guys hear my music. So it'll just be me playing Devo's Whip It for 12 hours while I play a whip minion build second. You're not allowed to hear it because of copyright things, but you could put it on yourself and just join me. But I'll just be listening to Devo's Whip It for like 12 hours. Hey, Uber Elite, how you doing? Bum, 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 bum. Anything happened to the totem build? There were 2 nerfs, well 3 technically, but only 2 that affected us, and neither of them are greatly impacting anything really. The biggest nerf will be like between levels like 15 to about 40-ish. You will be a little bit weaker than you're used to, and basically past then it'll be maybe not completely unnoticeable if you're super familiar with the build, but certainly not a big deal. There's pretty minimal buffs, nerfs to be honest. Pretty minimal nerfs. The biggest deal is that our cast speed went from plus 100% to, from plus 150% to plus 100%, which is sort of an okay nerf to me in my mind, because realistically our cast speed was so good that we didn't get any of it anywhere because we didn't need any more cast speed. That one node in the passive tree for 1 point was all the cast speed you needed in the entire build for totems, all the totem cast speed. And so it's dropped from 150% down to 100, which is like a noticeable nerf, but realistically you can get like 40 back from 1 affix on your gear. So like, okay, maybe the cast speed feels a little too low now. And if that's the case, we'll put 1 cast speed affix and be pretty much back where we were. So whatever. Whatever. It's fine. The other nerf, I guess, was the amulet that used to give us 100 crit multi, now only gives us 65. But we've usually got about 40 on our gear and 200 by base, and that's like not being super geared, that's just like basic end game gear. You know, you'll probably have it at level 90 to 95-ish. And so that means we were at 340 multi on average, and we will now be on 305 instead of 340. Whatever. Close enough, it's fine. The minion cast speed is regular? Minion cast speed. But it didn't need any though. Because this one node was literally just 150% cast speed. And you're like, okay, well that's a 1 pointer, and that's all the cast speed we ever needed. But now it's only going to be 100, so we'll have to see whether that feels like enough. I suspect it won't, and I'll want to get 1 roll of minion cast speed on gear somewhere, which I never wanted before. I didn't care. Now I will want a roll. That's fine. Like, the biggest draw to this build, especially for League Start, was never that it was the best build in existence, or that it was the fastest or strongest or best at single target or best at clear or anything like that. It wasn't the best at anything. It's still not going to be the best at anything. The biggest draw of this build is that it is very, very tanky and very, very good at everything on nothing. Is it the best? No. But it's a 1-button playstyle that's super smooth with tons of recovery in it. And they didn't touch a single thing of that at all. They're just like, here's a little less cast speed and 35 less crit multi. Okay, cool. I'll get 1 extra cast speed node and I'll just take the crit multi hit. Build's still super smooth, tons of healing, tons of Pepega proof stuff. And there are new minion affixes which make us a bit stronger anyway. Because the new affixes are flat damage on suffixes for weapons instead of percent increase, which we already have an absolute fuckload of increase and very little flat. So we might end up with the same amount of damage anyway. It might just be the cast speed. It might literally just be the cast speed. That might be the only thing we need, is to get like one cast speed roll somewhere. No movement skill can sound bad though. Who's got no movement skill? This, like this one, for instance? Whoop. Whoop. Maxroll has it had none? Yeah, well, Maxroll also uses the Storm Totem, so like it's fine if that's what you want to do, but I'm not gonna. Storm totems are fun. So the problem with Storm Totem for me is that, one, it takes up a relic slot. So you start with that, but then it also takes up a few passive nodes in here, at least one, if not probably two. Realistically, you want two to make it work properly. So that's like, I have to take some out of here, so I give it some armor, but that's not huge either. But then the biggest deal is to proc it all the time. What I have to do is press this button, which puts another one, it puts another button in my build, but two, and this is more important to me, spamming my totems more is more damage. Totems in this game instantly cast. They like clip their own cast speed and they instantly cast their first one the moment they're spawned. Not like in PoE where if you summon a totem over the top of another totem, you're like losing damage because wherever you clip, you summon the totem in PoE and then you have to wait the length of cast time between casts after the summoning period has happened. So the summon period on this is way quicker, and then it starts by doing its attack first. So you actually do significantly more damage if you just summon the totems over and over again. Stopping summoning my totems to instead cast this ability so that my Storm Totem goes on the ground, even including the damage that comes from the Storm Totem, is actually a damage down. You do less damage. So what you're really getting, the only reason to use it, and this is a good reason. I'm not saying this is a bad reason. This is a good reason. There's nothing wrong with making this decision. But the number one reason to do it is this node right here, which is 10% movement speed per point. That's 40% movement speed. That is a lot of movement speed. You are going to run faster. So you're giving up a little defense in here. You're giving up your fifth skill, which to be honest, my fifth skill right now is Summon Wolf, which is shit anyway. So that part's fine. You're giving up your relic. And you're gaining 40% movement speed to do a tiny bit less damage. So that's it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not the decision I make. The biggest problem for me is I don't want to press another button. The whole point of making this build as my league start is that I can spend most of the day facing over this way and just looking at chat, and I can just glance occasionally to make sure I'm not looking at a wall, running at a wall or something, because the build practically plays itself. I cannot pay any attention. I'm super tanky. My clear's good. My single target's good. I don't need to aim. I don't need to worry about things. I can stand in things and not die. These are all the reasons I'm playing it. It's Papega proof. It's complete idiot proof. You can be blind and play this build. That's the reason I'm picking it. I don't want to make the build less smooth and a little bit more awkward to play just to get 40% movement speed when I could just be looking at chat and interacting with people instead and just not paying attention. Right? That's my main goal. Is it's so easy I don't have to pay any attention. Doesn't mean the Storm Totem's bad. 40% movement speed, probably worth it. Doesn't suit my playstyle. I'm not interested. Absolutely get fucked. This will do all content. I mean, define all content. There'll be a certain corruption at which it starts to struggle. I don't know what that number is now because all the corruption stuff changed. It can go pretty deep. It can definitely do all of the dungeons and all of the bosses and everything like that. It can absolutely do Jura Tier 4, no problem at all. There will be a point in corruption at which this character will not be able to survive, but there is also a point in corruption where every character in the game won't be able to survive yet. Like, there will be there are definitely builds that can push further than this one, but it will still go pretty deep. This is a league start build for me. It'll do everything fine. It'll do everything fine. In the current setup, you could be doing 400 or 500 corruption with no problem at all. Probably deeper. I don't know for sure. What do you think is a good ranged build no totem to start in 1.0? No totem, I'm assuming you also mean no minion. There's like 4 or 5 different warlocks and falconers that are going to be really good. Rune master's still fantastic. The marksman one is my most interested build, the one that's a marksman that also uses some of the falconer stuff. So like the new marksman build that uses the falconer shit to do the explodey trap thing that I can't remember the name of. That thing looks fucking great. Marksman gave me carpal tunnel in 2 days. Can I interest you in some compression gloves from exclamation mark gloves? They help with inflammation, carpal tunnel, make your hands less sore while you're playing video games, and as an added bonus, they make you look a little bit like a lesbian biker. Question, how do you keep your rage to this build when it's just running out? So there's a lot of different ways to deal with rage. How my character is currently dealing with rage is the way I plan on dealing with it on launch as well, which is getting one of these. Preferably a 20 rolled one. In fact, I will farm it until I get up to 20. So I get 20 rage every 3 seconds. That's why it stays full. Until then, on league start from like level 34 until you get this belt. So I only got this belt at level 90. Yo, RPG, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. So from level 35 up until you get this belt, which is like level 90, the way to deal with this is to take this node right here. Healing totems are converted to fury totems and now restore rage instead of healing, but only affect you. So what you're doing is you're giving up the healing from your healing totems, which is fine because earlier in the game, we don't need it. You absolutely do not need the healing totems at all. You have 2 Spriggans that hand out healing auras and hit you with heals anyway. We've still got plenty of recovery. And in those earlier games, we don't need that ultimate amount of recovery. We need permanent rage. And then once you have a solution like that belt, which is my favorite solution, is the belt, then you unspec that, you get the extra healing back, so your healing totems become healing totems again. Also, the exact time of the 1.0 release, it will be right there. But also, if you're interested, exclamation mark calendar is a thing I just made. It's only got 2 things in it right now, but it'll have more in it later. Is a Google Calendar that I'm sharing with everyone. I will be adding stuff to it as announcements happen. I'm going to put podcasts, game launches, eventually my stream schedule when I have one, stuff like that, onto the Google Calendar. And it'll all be showed in your local time, and you can just add it to your calendar if you want. As far as what games I'll be covering in that calendar, definitely PoE, definitely PoE 2, definitely Last Epoch, probably Torchlight launches as well, probably Undecember launches as well, just like anything ARPG related. So if there's like dev interviews or podcasts or things like that, they'll get added to that calendar as well. Probably also with like links in the descriptions to be like, oh, this thing's on in an hour and here's the link to where I would watch that, and it'll just be on the calendar and it'll be in your local time, whatever the device you're looking at the calendar's timer is set to. It looks cool. Do you ever do a guide anywhere? No, but I really should make one tonight. I have to make one tonight. I have to. Look, I'll probably put D4 stuff on there as well. It's an ARPG still. I might put little passive aggressive comments about it not being as good as D3 when I do it. If you do you upload it to max roll? No. No, I am not on the max roll. This is tricky. PoE or Last Epoch? For what? The answer's both. But where can I find it? Exclamation mark calendar is a link to add that calendar to your Google stuff. Oh, sorry. Wrong person. People in same color. Build guide will be on YouTube when I do it. I'll be, well, I don't know how quick it'll get done because Dreadful's also really busy and he's my editor. He'll probably squeeze it in. It'll only be one video. So it'll be on my YouTube. It'll also be in the exclamation mark build command. Right now, the exclamation mark build command just has the trees that I use. It's not like a full planner, which you can look at if you want to see how to like spec your trees and whatnot. But it's not like a full setup or anything. But does he deserve it? Deserves a strong word. Pay for it though. I pay for it though. Actually, I didn't pay him. I owe him some money. Actually, I should pay him before I make statements like that. Oh, we getting YouTube money in tomorrow? Sweet. Pay him by showing your feet? What, just like rip your foot up onto the screen or something? I don't know. What class is this? Shaman. Nah, you had socks on? Yeah, of course I had socks on. You're not getting free feet. You gotta pay for that. Guys, I gotta start reading the goddamn monoliths before I go in. I don't want to do these ones that say arena on them. It's so fucking shit. They take so long. Read, Baylor, read. It's right there in the middle of the screen. It says abandoned arena. Just don't do the one that says arena. Please shade builds yet? Hasn't compared to totems and frequency. I have not. I played like a few builds, but not like a lot of builds. And the only one I'd say that I like know well is this one. This is the only build that I like know well right now. What's the game plan? What's the plan for game tomorrow, by the way? Yeah, that's a great question. What are we going to do tomorrow when the servers are down? Brian depression. Maybe watch videos. I mean, I don't really want to know more than I already know. Like, I like the exploration. I like the figuring stuff out. I like seeing things that are cool that I wasn't expecting. So cosplay costumes. I don't really do cosplay. Is lightning totem viable? Like as a standalone build? Eh. Okay. You can always be kind to yourself and take a cheeky day off. I thought about it, but I don't really think I can afford to take a day off, to be honest. I was thinking I might end up playing God of Weapons. That'll get no viewers though. It's so good though, man. It should get viewers. It's so good. Play the one I linked for you.
We live in the era of quadruple A gaming, of 100.
Oh, I've still got that showing to other people or hearing to other people. Let me. What is this? Deep Rock Galactica Survivor. Oh, this thing. I've seen this thing ages ago. It looked really good in theory. I saw like the intro to this. I didn't realize it had like launched.
Yes.
Yo, I'll give that a go tomorrow. We need something to do tomorrow. I'll do that. Pop it on your next store. Fuck yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. That's what we'll do tomorrow. That looks fucking cool. I remember looking at that when it was like coming out. When it wasn't out yet, they had like trailers and information and shit. It looked really, really good. Yeah, I didn't realize it had actually launched, but it looked like it was going to be really good. Think North are big enough to matter? Nope, they're actually quite small, to be honest. There's also some buffs to minions in general to counter them. The biggest difference is I don't think it'll feel quite like we have enough totem cast speed by default now. So we might want to try and find one decent tier totem cast speed or minion cast speed affix on our gear. Otherwise, we're good. The biggest feel bad place will be like level 15 to level 40-ish. Your totems are going to be weaker than you used to, but still good enough, but definitely weaker than you used to. Afterwards, otherwise they'll be fine. You ever play Wilson? I did. I did play Wilson. I did also get disappointed like everybody else did. It's so much worse than did I play Wilson though. It's so much worse than did I play Wilson, because not only did I play Wilson, but the Kickstarters for Last Epoch and Wilson both started at the same time. And I didn't have enough to back both of them. And I chose to back Wilson instead of Last Epoch. This was like, I don't know, fucking 6 years ago or something. I backed Wilson on Kickstarter and not Last Epoch. Because I don't know why. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Wilson versus D4. You know, we make fun of D4 a lot, but I'd actually rather play D4 again than Wilson. In fact, if we're just going to compare D4 to Wilson, I'm going to go with D4 good. I'll be excited to play D4 if those are the only two options. It's actually quite sad because if you look at Wilson like conceptually, like if you don't play it and you just like go back to the drawing board of like all the plans they had and how everything looked like it was going to be and everything, fucking amazing. So much promise. It looks so good. And it's just complete garbage from head to toe, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. They had such good ideas. They had such good ideas and just completely didn't even attempt to make them good. Herb Wilson's gotten better. I haven't tried it myself. So what Woberg just mentioned a little bit ago, somewhat recently, I don't know, time isn't real. Somewhat recently, we also heard like, hey, Wilson's getting better. Wilson's getting better. And I think it was during the downtime of like last PoE season, I was like, yo, I keep hearing about Wilson getting quite a lot better recently. We should go and give it another go. So me and Woberg went and played Wilson again for like a whole day too, like a good like 8 or 9 hours or something. And I can promise you that if it did get better, it wasn't by a notable amount. It's still fucking shit. Pass. Don't bother. How did Ice Thorns feel for the armor barrier? It was, in my opinion, the best 5th skill to have right now. However, that skill doesn't even exist in 1.0. It's been removed. So we're not going to be using that. Shit is an improvement in dire shit. Yeah, the game is now a 1.5 out of 10. And it was a 1 out of 10 when I played it last time. So you could say it's gotten 50% better. If you wanted to like put a good spin on it. Still shit though. You played Undecember? I did. I actually don't mind Undecember. Undecember's pretty decent. I think it's okay. When I played it, it was a little too heavy on the pay to win mechanics, but if we just think about it as a game and not worry about the pay to win part, then it was quite good. Same day as PoE almost. Yeah, that's been my biggest problem with them. I haven't revisited Undecember yet because every time it launches, it's like right around the PoE launch, and I'm just like, well, this isn't the right time, bud. Like, I don't have time for you right now. Never heard of it, Witty. And today's Ellie's. Oh yeah, Ellie's come a very, very long way. A good RPG. Usually for a really good foundation. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Here's the thing. There are a lot of games and a lot of game genres that I would enjoy playing. I really, really, really like vampire survival type things. I really like the games that are like Brotato and God of Weapons. I really, really love, really loved Baldur's Gate and Divinity Sins and things like that. I don't get to play any of those games since I started streaming, because trying to play a video game that isn't an ARPG is basically flushing money down the toilet. So there's a long list of games that I do like that I just don't play anymore. Pillars of Eternity was really good too. Yeah, I loved that. I actually never even managed to get out of Act 1 in Baldur's Gate because you play Baldur's Gate and nobody shows up. Even when I was doing it like early, when it had just launched, you play Baldur's Gate, nobody shows up. You do that for 2 days and then you're like, well, I'm losing money here. I gotta stop playing that. Bye. I couldn't find the upgrade to Ultimate in the LE Nexus store sub for a few months instead. I don't think you can upgrade through the Nexus store. I don't think. But thank you. I've said this a lot. The stream can't make me play any game. I'm only going to play games that I like, that look good. You cannot make me play a game, but you can stop me from playing a game. I will stop playing a game if nobody shows up to watch it. The face says it all. Oh, Milky, what happened? What happened, Milky? Oh. Twitch, finish, load. Yo, this thing's got like 8k. Oh. That was quite quick. I mean, there's no logout button. What are you supposed to do? Yep. I mean, that's what you get for playing hardcore anyway. Why did you go back to WoW again? Oh, that's right. I don't really have a reason or an excuse for that. It wasn't for stream. I'll tell you that much. To get out. Yeah, I tried the season of discovery thing for like 2 days. It was fun and I would have played more of it, but again, like 8 people showed up to watch season of discovery, so I was like, well, not very much interest in that. See ya. WoW is not an ARPG. Think you put too much emphasis on that personally? I think I like being able to pay my rent. I think I do put a pretty decent amount of emphasis on the ability to buy food. So... what I'm hearing is if you want to lose weight, play more Baldur's Gate 3. I'm back on losing weight again. I'm back on the correct track now. Hey.
Poggers launch, Poggers launch, Poggers launch, Poggers launch, Poggers lunch. I might just be hungry instead of excited.
Poggers lunch is the last one. Nice. And it was a big diet of just calorie counting? Neither of those things. Just back on eat less shit. Will sword totems be much weaker in 1.0? Nope, not really. Barely even noticeable buffs, nerfs, sorry. This is a Thorn Totem Shaman. Barely even noticeable nerfs. The biggest difference will be somewhere in your early monolith gearing. You're going to be looking for one minion cast speed affix or totem cast speed affix. I can't remember which one it is. There is an affix for cast speed. I forget if it's minion or totem, but we're going to want one of those, which we didn't need before. We used to get all the cast speed we needed from one node in the tree. And now that node is 100% instead of 150%. And I'm going to want a little bit of that back. But like one good cast speed affix is going to be like 40% anyway. And then we're back. We're fine. That's it. That's the only thing that matters. Eat less shit, drink less booze, smoke less durries, 11 out of 10 lifestyle change. Not gonna lie. Well, I'm eating less shit. I haven't had an actual cigarette since about 6 months before ExileCon happened. So a long time now. No, it might have been more like 2 months before ExileCon happened, actually. But like a while now. We're down to the minimum amount of nicotine that you can get in these things. And I'm going to get rid of the nicotine out of it at some point this year as well. And then fuck them off entirely. So I don't vape either. That's the plan. The job here is to not die by the time I hit 40 by just being healthier and maybe looking after my body a little bit. Just, you know, maybe look after my body a little bit. Maybe try not to die young. Young, you're talking about 40. That's already left. Gonna start daily walks again. Sort of. I just very recently ordered one of those walking treadmills that go under your desk. It's not here. It probably won't be here for another 2 weeks or so, but I'm gonna try and walk an hour a day on the treadmill while streaming. So it'll just be like 20 minutes at a time, like 3 times over the course of the stream, so that while streaming, I'm also walking. So I want a total of about an hour a day just walking on this treadmill. How's the new balance chair, by the way? I mean, they took it. Dad took it. He really likes it. He's using it a lot. It's not here anymore. And the market for one of them, which one did you get? I have no idea. I wasn't the one who ordered it. It wasn't ordered on my PC. It wasn't even ordered on my Amazon account. I tried keto, it worked well. But the chips are the food of the god and I can't have it. Yep. Yeah, listen. I'm not doing keto. I'm never gonna do keto. And I'm also never, ever gonna remove carbs from my diet. Ever. The point of trying to get healthier and lose a bit of weight and get a little bit more fit and look after my body is so that I can enjoy life for longer. There's absolutely no reason for me to stop enjoying life now, which is what happens if you remove carbs from your diet. That defeats the whole purpose. I'm out here trying to not hate myself, and sometimes people are like, why don't you remove carbs? Because pasta exists. Go fuck yourself. What do you want from me? Lasagna is just a pasta cake. Sure. Fine. I'm good with that. Make my own carbonara from scratch. All of it. Carbonara. I already don't drink alcohol anymore, so that's like pretty good. I mean, not like as a rule. It's just that like it's not like oh, I don't drink. It's just like I don't just drink for the sake of it. Like if I'm gonna drink, it's gonna be like at an event or at a thing with people or whatever, and I don't do stuff with people. The last time any alcohol was in me, I was in New Zealand. So it's not like a hard rule. Like, I would drink if there was a reason, but not on my own. I'm also looking into getting some weights though. I want to do some weights, like, I don't know, twice a week. Just like twice a week for like 40 minutes or something. I think that that's like the one missing piece to what I'm like planning on doing to look after myself, is I need to do some sort of training. Some sort of like bit of weight training. It doesn't have to be a lot. I just have to like use my muscles a little bit. So the walking every day with the treadmill will help a lot. I'm back on the eating generally healthier, but not on a diet, just generally healthier. And if I can just add like a little bit of weights, like twice a week or something, I think that'd be fine. After cocktail. But the fact that you can get drunk on them is annoying because that stops me from enjoying them so much. You want a mocktail? Almost every place that sells cocktails will do mocktails. And at least here in Australia, you can hardly tell the difference at all. Like they basically, they taste exactly the same thing. Wait, and I know this because what I used to do very, very regularly when I used to go out drinking all the time is when my friends, especially some of the girls I went out with that went overboard with drinking, had drunk too much, I started buying all their drinks. And what I never ever told them for about 6 straight years is that somewhere around midnight, I swapped them all to mocktails and didn't tell any of them ever. For years I was doing that in my friend group. For years I was doing that in my friend group, and I never ever told a single person. In fact, that's probably the first time I've ever said it out loud. Like, they still don't know. The people I was doing that to still don't know. Somewhere around midnight, every fucking time, I would change them all over to mocktails. They actually stopped drinking at midnight, and then we went home at like 2, and then they felt good the next day, and they were like, man, I'm real good at this drinking thing. And I'm like, yeah, you're fantastic. You can really hold your liquor. Well done. Never let on, ever. You're more responsible than them. They're super fucked up. Nah, they were alright. It's usually only the last few drinks of the night or whatever. It wasn't that bad. It'd usually only be like the last 2 or 3 drinks that they were gonna have at a bar. Or club. I suppose I'd love that. That'd be great. Tell you what though, while I still think that was an amusing thing to do in my late teens and early 20s, the idea of going to a club, not a bar, a club, now at my age sounds fucking horrendous. I do not want to go to a club at all. I have absolutely zero interest in being in a club. I do not. Absolutely not. No, thank you. Went through, you're gonna go through the patch notes. I went through them a little bit. Not like I would go through PoE patch notes, not like word for word. I went looking for all the things that were relevant to me, and that was it. On a whiskey bar or smack place. Yeah, and bars are fine. And like, you know what's a really good night, like afternoon out or night out for me? Here's what's a really, really good night out with friends for me at my age. I would like to go to like a steakhouse or a good pub that does nice meals and have dinner at around 6:30. Finish dinner around 7:30. Hang out and have 1 or 2 drinks while chatting and enjoying the company of other people. And then by about 9:30, head home and in the shower and out of the shower before 10. Mwah. Fantastic. And then you can play board games for 2 hours and then go home. I actually think board games are boring as fuck. They're so boring, man. I hate them so much. I know people who fucking love board games. And when I hang out with them, if they're gonna do board games, they'll get really excited about it. And I will play the board games and pretend I'm having fun because everyone else is really excited about it. But they're fucking boring and I don't want to. I don't mind card games. Card games are fun. Hey look, there's a car speed for totems node. That rolls up to 30%. That rolls up to 30%. Yeah, Cards Against Humanity. Now that's fucking fun. That's fun. Cards Against Humanity and things like that. Amazing. Board games, I include card games. But there's no board. A board game needs to have a board. If there's no board, it's not a board game. table is a board. By that logic, Russian roulette is a board game. That doesn't sound right. Russian roulette is a gacha game? I mean... Like if the cards have a fixed place on the board game and then it's on a... No, I'm gonna stick with if there's a board, it's a board game. Like it's literally in the name. If there's a board, it's a board game. Doobie-dee-beep-boo. Has biscuit, fantastic. He's great. Modified no, I haven't. Anyone who loves Monopoly is objectively an awful person. I find Monopoly to be just as boring as most other board games, just takes longer. To auction off every non-sold property. Who the fuck else has ever known that? It's written in the rules of the game, but no one ever does it. Who the fuck ever knows that? No one's ever known that. What? Chats might be the first person ever who knew that rule without me telling them. That's actually impressive. I'm impressed. Is it a rule, but most house rules ignore it? No, they don't ignore it. They don't know it's a rule. And they'll actively fight you if you try and get them to follow it. Which one will be good for launch? Forge Guard or Warlock? You should go Warlock. If those are your two options, pick Warlock. Forge Guard will be fine. There's some Forge Guard builds that are decent, but like, do Warlock. You'll have more fun. Do Warlock. A circle launching too? Yes. Yes, it is. I want to play now, but it's probably a waste. I mean, you could argue that it's a waste to play now, but you could also argue that if you play for a day, you're just like familiarizing yourself with the systems, getting used to the controls, knowing what the hotkeys are, right? Isn't Falconer's Ballistas stronger than Storm Totem Shaman? I don't know if anyone could possibly know that. How hard was Thorn Totem hits? It barely was, actually. There's like a tiny bit less crit multi, but more flat damage to make up for it, which will be fine. The biggest thing that matters is we lost 50% totem cast speed. So we had 150% and now we only have 100%. And that might feel a little bit bad, but you can get like 40% on one affix of one piece of gear. So the difference now is I'm going to go for like a totem cast speed affix somewhere. Just one. Just like one good tier totem cast speed affix. We're good. Ballistas and Diamond Falcon as Thorn Totems. Two builds do very different things. Yeah, I didn't think it was the same playstyle. I just wasn't really sure. It's like saying Penance Brand of Dissipation is way better than Tornado Shot. Right. Unrelated. It is. I know what you mean. Right, unless you're clearing. MFing low juice maps. You're not gonna want Penance Branded Dissipation to MF low juice maps. Right? That is a much better belt. 19 rage instead of 17. We actually really want a 20, but 19 is better than 17. Oh, 19's enough. 19's enough. Okay, I thought I needed 20. I don't. 19's fine. Can't run out anymore. Huge. Okay, is Raven away? He's angry. He's actually yelling, "Get off my lawn!" Rich dad's a grumpy fella. I don't think that's the right action for what you're thinking. Hello. Kuko-san. Don't know what that is or means, but hi. Oh, whoops. I thought we were done. Are we not done? Oh. I thought we were done. My bad. My bad. Bum, bum, ba-dum, 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 bum. I got it right? Nice. That's good because when I first read it, I wanted to say Sandevistan. But I was like, that's not what that says. I'd read it again. Oh, that's so good though. What the fuck? Why do you have to have such shit forging potential? I want that exact base, but a good one. How do you like this game compared to PoE? Comparison is the thief of joy. Like if I have to pick one to play forever, I'm sticking with PoE. But that's pretty unfair, considering PoE's happened like 12 years to develop, and this one's just launching tomorrow. This is really, really good though, and a ton of fun, and I'm definitely going to spend hundreds of hours in it. Is absolutely worth the $35 that it costs. And I will definitely spend quite a while playing this. Quite a while. Basically, it's still complicated enough, and it still has enough depth to entertain PoE players. It still has enough build variety and that sort of stuff to entertain like PoE vets for quite some time. But it's simple enough that anyone can play it, even if you're a D4 player. They following us to be. They did a really good job. Oh yeah, they did a really good job so far. And oh man, 1.0 looks so much better than it does now, and it already is good. people are asking for Gauntlet in LE already. Yo, calm down. Relax. Everyone's up and arms where content creators getting early access. Yeah. Yep. I actually still hate that. I hate it with a passion. Content creators should not be getting early access. I do not blame a single content creator who took it, because if it was offered to me, I'd take it too. Like, it's the right move. You're going to take it, but it shouldn't be offered. But if it gets offered to you, you cannot turn that down. It's way too big of an opportunity. You have to take it. It shouldn't be on the menu though. Okay, the number one thing they should be doing. I don't know. You're gonna get that coverage anyway once it launches and before it launches. It's not like you weren't gonna make. It's not like all these content creators wouldn't be making videos and hyping the game anyway, even if they didn't have early access. There's just a select group of people that gets decided by the company that get to make all of the good content that's worth watching, and everybody else gets left behind. It's a little extreme, the way I said it. It's a little extreme, but in this particular case for LE, it's not nearly as bad as it's been in other games for other things. But it's just a practice that I don't like. However, I think what I like even less is anybody who would ever be involved in any races to do with any of these games should have no access, content creator or not. I think especially any races should never be having any access. Racers. It hasn't been that big of a problem for Last Epoch. There's still like a ton of things to do and a ton of things to make, and there's like so much of variety and things that like there's still an absolute ton of like stuff to do, right? So it's not that big of a problem here for Last Epoch. It's just the practice in general that I don't like. Especially in games like Diablo. When Diablo gets to do that, that's really, really, really shit, right? Like, obviously we don't care about D4 much anymore, but like D4 launched, and a week before D4 launched, there was a build guide for every single build in the game. What the fuck is anybody else supposed to do? There's nothing left to discover. The game hasn't even launched yet. Like, it's crazy. All 4 of them. There's like 1 or 2 per class. And like, worse than that, there were also guides on like, right? There were also guides on like all the endgame content and guides on how to level most efficiently and guides on like everything. There were guides on everything before anyone could even play the game. Like a week before early access launched. And you're just like, oh, what the fuck? And like that sort of shit, I don't like. I don't want the whole game sorted out. I don't want a guide on things and the whole game sorted out before I'm even allowed to play it. Even as not a content creator, that's really discouraging. Like even as just a player, you're like, oh, so there's no exploration left. Everything is known. There's a guide on everything before the game's even ready to play. A lot of the hype disappears from my brain when that happens, right? Like it's like, oh, well, there's just nothing left to do. Like everything's already sorted. I could watch all these videos and now know everything and then just not play. Yeah. This game specifically, far less worse, like far less of a problem. I just mean in general, I'm really, really against the idea of content creators getting access to release versions of a game before everybody else. Just in general, like as a general rule, I don't like it. It's much less of a problem in this game, but I don't like it, just as a general thing. Like, I also don't love the idea that, like, hey, if you're the one we picked, here's all of the ability to make all the content. And if you're not the one we picked, go fuck yourself. Like, I don't like that either. That feels bad. Again, not really a problem with Last Epoch right now. Just a general problem with that practice, not... Ellie hasn't really been that bad for it. It's fine. Like some people got access early and it's still like slightly annoying, slightly disappointing that I wasn't in it, but like they haven't ruined the whole game for me. Like there's a few guides around, but there's like hundreds of builds that aren't covered at all. Also tons of variations in those builds that aren't covered at all. Like they've not ruined the game, so it's fine, right? But it can get a lot worse in other games. It can be like, oh, everything is solved. Everything is fixed. These 9 content creators got to make 7 build guides each before the league even launched, and then that's everything. Bye. And that always feels really shit. still not even remotely upset with anyone who says yes when they get offered it though. Like, I think you're silly to turn it down if it's an opportunity that you get. I would say yes. I would stand by my opinion if it shouldn't be offered to anyone, but if it was offered to me, I would say yes. I would sign the NDA, I would keep my mouth shut, and I would do all of the things that I could possibly do. Right? Like, absolutely. Of course I'm going to do that. Build looks so chill. Are you starting this? Yep. Also, it's very chill. It's the most relaxed and like automated League Start style build that I was able to find at all. I love it. It's also very tanky for no good reason, and tons of recovery. No good reason. It's fantastic. Can a PoE player go into this game blind and come out with a decent build? Yep, absolutely, 100%, and I encourage you to do so. Absolutely, go in blind on League Start Day. We get very, very, very few opportunities in the ARPG community to go into a game playing knowing nothing and not having a plan and still have stuff turn out well, that I couldn't suggest doing that more. Like, it's so good to be able to do that, and we don't normally get the chance. This time we do have that chance. We absolutely can do that. Ooh. Okay. Doing shattering rooms or special things or just use them? Basically you should be using shattering runes like semi-regularly on anything that has like a lot of stats that you want, but items you don't really care about. And then you should be using rune of removals whenever you get anything important. Like if I'm getting like, I get a helmet that's got like +2 thorns and you're like, that's mandatory. I need those shards. Those are very important. Those are where runes of removal get used. I'm assuming I only played because I saw content creators of the actors video. Contains meaning content for the marketing fluff. After the patch notes, do you still think Thorn Totem is still good? Yeah, it's barely touched, to be honest. Went over that yesterday, just kind of starved on Shatterings, to be honest. In my opinion, you should be buying Shatterings at the beginning of a league anyway. Every single time you visit a vendor. Every single time. Buy whatever Shatterings are in that window. Alright, so Thorn Totem nerfs. One, we lose a bit of crit multi from the amulet. Nothing we can really do about that. Just gonna have less crit multi. It's fine because our weapons are gonna have more flat damage, and I think that's gonna even out or be in our favor anyway, because flat damage is very hard to come across, and we had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of % of increase. So the flat is worth way more. I'm gonna say that evens out. Two other nerfs that happened. One was on this poison node, which we never took anyway, and we shouldn't have been. I do not think that the poison totems were the play. They're not in part of my build plan. Doesn't matter. This node is actually really, really good, but the nodes that I'm taking are way too important, and I just don't have the ability to travel all the way over here to get it. So, fine to not have it. The only meaningful nerf is this one right here, which is increased cast speed. Now, that increased cast speed is just an increase. It is not multiplicative. The damage is multiplicative. The cast speed is not. That's going from 150% increased cast speed to 100% increased cast speed, which is a noticeable drop. And I do believe will actually feel a little bit bad. However, before this league, we have never put cast speed for totems on a single piece of gear ever, because we had enough cast speed from that one single node to not care at all. Now we're going to want at least one item with a cast speed for totems affix on it, which is going to give you like 40% of that cast speed back of that 50%. It'll be almost unnoticeably different. We just have to actually get at least one cast speed node. Affixes on gear, I think, is like 40%, and you can get like 30% on idols. I think it's a prefix on idols. So just get a little bit of cast speed in your gear, which we didn't care about before. Specifically cast speed for totems. And if you do that, it'll be fine. No problem. Relics are using just whatever I found. I like to get a little bit of the chance for haste thing, because you want to try and make sure you have haste at least most of the time when you cast totems. The haste is really good. I want that. Oh wait, relic, not idol. Oh, this is just one I found. It's just +1 to all skills. It's probably, it wouldn't be in the guide. I found it and I put it on and it was good enough, and I haven't found a really good replacement yet. I wouldn't be like, hey, aim for this one, right? Like it's okay. +1 to all primal skills is good. It's also only level 30, so it's, you know, you'd put it on if it dropped, but it's not like the goal. Not sure about one thing, for example, if I'd like to start the merchant guild. My friend wants to be COF. Now about the resonance, which is possible to make sense that he can hunt an item and trade it with me with resonance, so I can sell them in the bazaar. No, all of your items will be, yeah, what Tanky said, the items will be tagged with factions, and Circle of Fortune stuff can't be sold in the bazaar. Stuff bought from the bazaar can't be worn by somebody who's Circle of Fortune. Basically, you and your friend should pick the same thing. If you're going to play together, you should pick the same faction. Nintendo testing on the found really smooth. That one's the lagoon, the rest is super smooth. Yep. Because of this. Fair enough. I think all the people I plan on playing with are going to be Circle of Friends together. You've read about the controller improvements. Pretty happy. A little bit, a tiny bit sad. As I understand it, if you gift an item with resonance, the item will be soulbound to that player. No. You can gift through resonance as many times as you want. You can chain it to other people even. Like if I have no resonance with shads left and I drop an item for shads, but Woberg is playing with us as well and he's got a resonance, I've got a resonance for Woberg, I can chain it through him. I can be like, oh, well, I'll give this to Woberg and Woberg will give it to shads. The only way that items are like bound in that manner is when they're sold through the bazaar. When you sell an item through a bazaar, that's it. It's bound to you now. You cannot resell that. I think you can still gift it to a friend. I'm not 100% sure about that. But I think if you were both merchant guild and you both had the same rank, that you could buy something off the bazaar for your friend and still gift it to them. The item will just never go back on the bazaar again. It can only be sold through the bazaar once. But I think you can still resonance it out to a friend. I hate this particular map because this fucking area where the thing is so small you can't run by either side. So to get from one side to the other, can't even movement skill through it. You have to go all the way around this fucking pillar. If the faction and resonance from the official forum, I don't even think you need to send a link, just exclamation mark LE guilds or LE guild, I think is the entire faction post about how like all the trading works and how the two factions work. That is quite nice. Is it though? I don't need poison at all. Let's see how you go. Actually, let's first see what can we put on here. Recommend this build for the first playthrough? Yes, absolutely. If you like totem playstyles. That one. Only if you like totem playstyles. Alright, let's see how much you use. Don't use much. I dare you. Ah, that's a lot, bud. That was a lot, bud. That's a lot. You used a lot there. That's not ideal. I was hoping you wouldn't quite do that much. I don't. Yeah. What do you recommend to somebody who doesn't like totem playstyles? I mean, go in blind, play fucking anything you want. Look up videos on YouTube if you really wanna like play a specific thing, I guess. Okay, pills. There is really obvious. Not just off the top of my head. Also, there are so many different playstyles available within each class that's not like, it's not like a thing that's relevant, really. Like, let's just take Druid for example. Druid could also do the Spriggan form thing that I'm doing and be a totem. It can also be a werebear instead. And a werebear can also be a melee lightning werebear or a cold area damage over time spellcaster style werebear. Probably other stuff as well. But also a druid can be switchblade form, which is like this almost melee slash blade vortex hybridy, like jump into the middle of the packs and hit everything really rapidly style play style thing as well. You could also be your own actual spellcaster right now instead of one of the forms. So like there's like not just 4 or 5 different builds, but 4 and 5 completely different play styles from head to toe that just a druid can be. And then there are X amounts of variations on every one of those builds as well. So like there's just like a ton of options. There's a lot of things. There's just a lot of things you can do. Squirrels have already got their nerf. They're fine. They're absolutely fine. You can still play squirrels. If anything, they're really, really good still, I would argue. Oh, unfortunate how that chest turned out. Blow it up. Bye. Avalanche Shaman's gonna be fun. Yeah, that doesn't look bad either. Like there's really quite a bit of customization. On Totems got nerfed too. It did, but not in a very important or meaningful way. It'll be fine. It got a little crit multi nerf from the uniques, but also some flat damage buffs or some overall damage buffs from the new minion affixes, which are much better. The only important part of Thorn Totem getting nerfed that matters at all is this node went from being 150% cast speed to 100% cast speed, which means we're going to want to get at least one decent minion cast speed modifier on our gear, which we previously didn't need because that one node on the passive tree gave us enough cast speed that we didn't care about it anywhere else. And now it's only going to give us 100 instead of 150, so we're going to want one cast speed affix, which will give us about 40% back of that 50 we lost. Close enough. We're good. It's fine. Sailor controller, how does it feel for a targeting skill? You only do it with totems. Right now, controller support is real good if you don't require very specific aiming. But there's a bunch of controller patch notes in the 1.0 list that should make it quite a bit better. Do you have a planner for this build? Sort of. I have just the trees built into a planner at !build. I've been planning to do a build guide on this build for like 5 days now, but I'm having horrible my brain doesn't behave problems this week, where instead of doing the thing where I want to do, I sit there and do nothing and then hate myself for 2 hours straight because I feel like a lazy piece of shit who can't get anything done. And then I go to bed and I tell myself I'll do it tomorrow. And then I do that same thing again the next day. So hopefully I get a guide out for the build like tonight or tomorrow. But otherwise I have the trees with all the skills in it there.
Balor plus last epoch hype. Let's go.
Hey. Dildala. Thank you for the 5-month resub. Wait, how do I have 3 unspent points? What's going on here? When did I get 3 points from? I only got 1 level. Why do I have 3 unspent points? I'm gonna take those 2. They're great. And then I think that's all there is from here. I never take anything else. Correct. I don't think there's anything else I want in here either. I mean, you could take cast speed, but it's only like 3% cast speed per fucking node, which is pretty shit. Open, or do they track auto hotkey? I don't think they track auto hotkey. So my question to the early asker content creators is why no one passed on any information about these shit slash unimpactful 5th skills for Spriggans. Yeah, I don't know either. Minions, man. Like, people forget minions. Not like the community forgets about minions all the time. Developers in every game forget about minions all the time. Like, we got what was my favorite 5th skill removed, and when I say it was my favorite, I just mean it was the least shit of the shit options removed and nothing to replace it. So right now my running theory is that I'm gonna be running a wolf, and the only real reason that I've picked wolf realistically is because it's got this node in it, and it's the only minion that has a +1 maximum companion node. And I already have 2 Spriggans, so wolf is the only one I can use. And really the only utility it gives is this. Just a little bit of chill chance, and I guess it does a little bit of damage, but not much. Like, I'm not, if somebody gave me a better option than summon wolf, I'd take it. Yeah, there's really like nothing, and I would rather have at least 2 or 3 options to pick from that were good, like some arguments for good shit. Like, one thing we could do, right, is we could make it so that this ring that makes it so that your vines become a movement skill, right? You could do something like make it scale with Fury Leap's tree or something. So maybe I could at least do like something with that. I don't know what I could do with it, but at least there'd be like a skill. And look, Fury Leap has a chance to come and cast summon vines when you leap, where you leap from. Like, there's already some vine synergy in it, but you can't use it. Like, that's an option that I think could be maybe cool. When you land, you and your minions gain frenzy for 3 seconds, which increases attack and cast speed. That'd be cool. When you land, you and your minions gain additional spell damage for 3 seconds. So there's like, that's cool. I don't think we have the full trees, like in a way where we can just like look at them all. We've just seen some nodes. So like, there's a chance that there's like something. You said this wasn't usable in form? Correct. It's not usable in form. That's what I was saying. Like, one of the things that could happen is they could make it so that like this ring, when you directly cast summon vines, you're teleported to a target location. They could make it so that like this ring also had like summon vines uses your Fury Leap tree, so that I could like get the utility in here, and then for my movement skill have some spec into it as well. That would be cool. I'd go for that. That would be an option, right? Like, that'd be a cool option. I'd be on board with that. The updated planner for nodes. No. No, I have not. How do I survive Empowered Monoliths? Do I need all resistances to be at 75? You eventually want all resistances to be at 75, but you certainly don't need them to begin doing Empowered Monoliths or anything like that. There's like... the Werebear tree has that mechanic? See? That would be cool. There's like, it depends on your build, but there's like a lot of different defensive mechanics. Resistances is only one thing, right? There's also like armor, your actual maximum HP, crit avoidance or crit damage reduction, endurance threshold, regen, recovery, leech, all of those sort of things. Like there's a lot of different things. Res cap is significantly less important in this game than it is in PoE. So if you're used to PoE, you think, oh, I need 75 all res, and you will eventually want 75 all res. You will eventually want that. But the way this game works compared to PoE for resistances specifically is every zone level that you go up, mobs inherently penetrate one resistance up to 75, capped at 75. So all the end game stuff is like built around they will penetrate 75 resistance and you have 75 resistance. So when they deal 100 damage, they penetrate all your resistance down to 0. It can go into the negative, down to 0, and they deal 100 damage. And that's the balance. Where PoEs is you have 75 resistance, they deal 100 damage, you take 25. But that's the balance. So that at that point, it's even. If you're missing 25 resistance in PoE, you take 50 instead of 25 from each hit. That's double damage. You take 100% more damage if you're missing 25 resistance in PoE. Here, because we take 100 from each 100 from each hit because of the penetration, because that's where the base starts, that means if we're missing 25 res, we take 125 damage instead of 100 damage. So instead of taking 100% more damage, we're taking 25% more damage. So it's a lot more forgiving to have like some resistances that are sitting at 50 or 60 or whatever. It's like, yeah, you took a little more damage, but it wasn't as important. So I'm capped on everything except necrotic now, but I definitely wasn't for a really long time. I was definitely above 90 before I got capped on everything, and I was well into empowered monoliths before that happened. Oh, that nearly hurt. Oh, that did hurt. Okay, I finally died. What do you got here? Now a good time to get into this game? Fucking fantastic time. In like 1.5 days is launch. The first season ever. This has all been pre-release. Right this second? Definitely not. Because in like 7 hours or so, the game's gonna go down for 24 hours while they do their final patch and like update everything to 1.0 ready for the launch. So like right this second, no, but in general, yes. Like you can buy it right now and then download it so that you can only have to patch it and whatnot. And after the 24-hour down period that's happening literally tonight, that'll be the 1.0 launch, and you'll be ready to start fresh with everybody. There will be an absolute ton of people playing completely blind for the first time ever. Starting then. Easier than PoE? Oh, absolutely. Significantly easier than PoE. This is a game that you could, if you come from PoE, this is a game where you could absolutely start completely blind. Don't even watch a single video. You could absolutely just start playing tomorrow, never having consumed any content, and have a really good time. Same amount of replayability? No. But certainly a lot more than any other ARPG. I think you could comfortably, I would say that I will comfortably get 300 to 500 hours per season. Compared to PoE where I can play 300 to 500 hours per month, but like, that's fine. This game is just launching. It's quite good. Yeah, it's got 10, yeah, PoE's got like 10 to 12 years worth of like development behind it. This game is just launching now, so like, you know. Personally opening said money waste. Can you refund it? You won't need to refund this. This will be a good time. Idiot noob. Thank you for the T1 sub. What a fantastic game. That's a great name. Now I just need you to make me a personalized minion build guide. I got you covered. This one exactly here that I'm playing. It's technically a totem build, but totems are minions in this game, so that suits the requirement. It's also like fucking idiot proof. Smooth as shit. You don't need to aim. Super tanky. Tons of recovery. Requires literally 0 gear as you're looking at it. Yeah, if you want a more traditional minion, just fine. Just pick Necromancer and start playing. You'll be fine. Is there a pure golem build? Yes. There actually most certainly is a pure golem build. Flappy. What else is worth knowing is if you do feel like you made a mistake and you don't like your build, This game has made it very, very, very easy to respec into other games. So if you want to play a minion build, but you don't know what minion build, you can just fucking start a necromancer, which is like the probably the like quintessential minion build thing, and just start playing with shit. And later on, if you don't like what you've come up with, you can look up a build for necromancer. You can look up 10 different builds. You can respec and try them all the same day. Like, just become a different build. The only thing you can't respec is your ascendancy. So if you choose to be a necromancer, you can't be anything except a necromancer. Did I say respec game? Like change the game to be a different game? That's very much not what I meant. My bad. Just respec the game. I was actually hoping this game would be a little bit more like Hello Kitty Adventure Island, so I'm going to respec the game into a little bit more of that. Currency for the auction house, the gold. Assuming we sell legendary potential items only. It's a little more complicated than that. You need gold and you need favor. For the specifics, exclamation mark LE guild. Are you going trade or solo self-found? I'll be playing trade, and we will be taking the Circle of Fortune guild in the trade league. I will not be using the merchant guild. I think the servers will hold up with people playing. They seem to think so. Why not using the merchant guild? Because I like the idea of finding the items on the ground with my friends. We're still going to be able to trade with each other, no problem at all. We're still going to be able to send each other items and whatnot. So there's just really no need for me to play with the merchant guild at all. It's not even like Bro SF or Solo Self-Found or a small private league or anything like that at all. The guilds are not Solo Self-Found and trade. Solo Self-Found is a separate game like mode. Just because I'm picking Circle of Fortune, which we're calling now Circle of Friends, has absolutely nothing to do with being trade or solo self-found. We will not have access to the bazaar. I will have access to group with anyone I want, even if you're playing in the Merchant Guild faction. I could still just join your party and go play with you. I could change factions if I wanted. I will be able to play with all the people I'm starting with. I will be able to trade items with them freely. Like, it's nothing. Solo Self-Found is a different game mode. So it's more like a Magic Find faction and a Bazaar faction. Circle of Friends gives them Kumbaya vibes. Nice. Circle of Friends. You do lose all of your favor changing factions, yes. But you do not lose your rank. So if you just like spend all your favor before you change, you can change, try out the other one for a while, and then change back and still have your rank. But you will have to regain favor. Now, the one bit that's a bit weird to me is that you can have one character in Merchant's Guild and a different character in Circle of Friends, right? So you can have both at once, and then you make a third character, and then you go, oh, I'm gonna go Merchant Guild on this third character, and then you're like level mid 90s and whatnot, and you're like, you know what, I actually don't want to go Merchant Guild on this third character. I actually want to be Circle of Friends in this third character. And so you'll go on that third character and change over to Circle of Friends instead of the Merchant Guild, and you will actually account wide lose all of your favor for the Merchant Guild, even on your first character that was a Merchant Guild character. When your third character changes from Merchant Guild to Circle of Friends, you will still lose all of your favor account wide, even though you've still got a character that's in the Merchant Guild. That's the one really weird part, so do pay attention to that if you're using multiple characters. Make sure to spend all of your favor before you change, even on your ults. How hard is it to farm uniques for this build? I mean, well, you need none, so very easy. Although the one that I would say is relatively worth having is just this one, and it's only a level 50 unique. It's relatively common and it's farmable in this zone, so quite easy. Other than that, you don't need any other ones, so choose your faction wisely. You don't even have to choose your faction wisely, because you can change. It's not the choosing of the faction that you got to do wisely, it's the swapping of it. If you're going to swap factions, that's when you're going to need to know some stuff, and you're going to need to like prep correctly. Is that a paladin unique? I think paladin has. No, that's Spellblade, the melee attacking mage version. How do we know which chapter we're on? That's a great question. I have no fucking clue. Absolutely no idea. I've done the campaign about 6 times in the last week and I couldn't even guess. I actually don't know. Okay. I mean, obviously I'm not in any right now. If you're in the story, it says it over the menu. Okay. Enjoying a lot more than I thought it would. Yeah, it's really good. Building the crash room before I get a new build. The truth is I have no idea. I've only ever had this up at about 250, but my gear wasn't even very good, and 250 was fine. I've seen videos of people running through 400 and 450 fine, but I don't know when that was or how much gear they had, and also with the way it currently works right now, those numbers are irrelevant because the entire balance is changing in 1.0 anyway. And even if it wasn't, I didn't really look at the specific modifiers, and you can very easily make corruption 180 significantly harder than corruption 300 or 400 if you like stack the right really difficult modifiers in a row right now, which is also getting like changed in 1.0. So like how deep you can push things, I don't know. No one really does. The answer is it goes pretty decently. It does fall off before some other builds do. It is not going to go to the deepest corruption of any build in existence. It just isn't one of those type of builds. It is very, 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 very strong early, but it doesn't scale into like super deep, but it'll still be a fantastic league start. I do not suspect that I will hit a problem with, oh, my build can't do corruption, before I hit a problem of there are so many other builds that I want to try. I'm going to re-roll now. Right? I think we'll hit 200 on like the fucking second day. I'll probably play for whatever 4 or 5 days-ish lasts. And then I'll be like, well, I've got a good collection of stuff. I'm going to make a second build. That's what I see happening anyway. Gathering Storm gives it up to +4 maximum crows summoned. Yo. I mean, there was a way to use that. I don't really need Edra's Blessing or the Wolf. Not really. I could drop both of them. It does increase your companion limit. So your crows by default can summon as many crows as you have maximum companion limit. So if something says +4 maximum crows, it either has to increase your companion limit or allow you to summon above your companion limit. One of those two, because summons storm crows up to your companion limit. I could just, so nobody speaking out of wolves, you can have bear pits either in Spriggan form. No, so the reason that I went with bear, with wolf, and I'm unhappy with it, but the reason I went with wolf is because it's the only companion that has in its tree +1 maximum companion, and that's what allows me to have a wolf, because I have 2 Spriggans. 2 is the max cap by default. I need the +1 companion to be able to have a minion. So if I want to use, I went through all the other minions, and the only one that's usable is wolf, because no one else has +1 in their tree. Maelstrom is another option. There's a bit more self-healing you can get, and you can get ways to like automatically proc Maelstrom. You could maybe use that as a 5th skill. Also pretty shit. You can do the storm totem things that other people are doing for the 40% movement speed. Also pretty shit. You can do... That's pretty much it, actually. That's pretty much it. How about I get wolves back now? Yeah. Alright. Alright. We can call it a day. I'm fucking just mentally burned out. But that's all right. I am very much looking forward to launch. Not 100% sure what we do tomorrow, although that game that Chads was saying looks pretty fun actually, and quite different from what we normally play, so it might be a nice break. Might be a nice break during the downtime. That poker game? No. I forget what the game's called. I'm hoping that he remembers and can link it to me on Discord. There you go. Deep Rock Galactica Survival. It's a bullet hell with mining in it. Let's not remind you just oh yeah. That's fine. Why are they taking offline for 24 hours? I didn't hear that. I bought the game and I want to play it. So starting in 4, 5, 6, 7 hours from now, the game goes down for 24 hours, and it's because they've got not just a new, like a big giant patch, like fucking 64 pages worth of patch notes, but there's also a bunch of like infrastructure and server updates and changes that they're doing for the 1.0 launch. And so it's just gonna be down for 24 hours. That's how it is. How does this game honestly compare to D4? It doesn't. In the way of like, how does a plain stale piece of bread compare to the best burger you've ever eaten? Like, I don't know. Like, I guess technically there's starch in both, but like, this is a real game. So I the game isn't down for maintenance? No, not yet. It'll be down for 24 hours starting in 7 hours ish, something like that. Also, if you happen to be playing in 7 hours and you're playing in offline mode, you'll actually be able to keep playing in offline mode. But right now, as it currently stands, to log into offline mode, you still need online authentication. So if you're not already playing in offline mode when the servers go down, you will not be able to log in. In 1.0, the offline mode will be a true offline mode. You will not need to authenticate. So moving forward, that won't be a problem. But for right now, like for tonight, if that's a problem for you, get logged into offline mode before the servers go down. You'll be able to play all night. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.